And yeah, what's everyone up to today? Saw an AS400 interface just this week. Okay. And what's an AS400? Is that like an old thin client for like connecting to mainframes? I feel like that's the context I might have heard that in. It's an old AF CLI terminal. Let me Google that. I don't know what that even is. It's IBM. So yeah, it's for connecting to mainframes. Application system is what it is. Okay. Oh, so it may not be a full-on mainframe, but it's basically a thin client for connecting to a server of this kind. Right, here you see an AS400 box, and then there would be, just other clients that kind of connect to it. And it's very similar to how we end up, like, working with web apps these days, right? All the heavy lifting is kind of happening on the server, right? Old school. Yeah, sounds gnarly. Let me check one thing here. And yeah. Oh man, a lot of people streaming right now. Wow, Togglebit's still going. He's going late. Lewis Pillfold. Man, yeah. Heavy hitters. I think Lewis got a raid from Tej, it looks like, right? That's my guess. Your high school had an industrial ABB robot arm used for some courses that was donated to the school. Oh, that's cool, too. Yeah, tape will never die. Yep. Yeah, the most interesting thing is that Moore's Law, right, where like things double every 1.5 to 2 years or whatever, it applied to like CPUs for a long time, then it applied to storage and hard drives for a long time. Tape is actually still keeping up with Moore's Law, whereas CPUs and like hard drives, etc., are not. Right, like the density in which we can pack data onto a tape is actually still more in line with Moore's Law than anything else right now, which is crazy. Like, really crazy. But okay, so we did a vote yesterday. People voted for Neovim Biscuits as the thing we work on today. So yeah, let's go ramp up and take a look at that. Just double checking what I got open. Let's move the Vexilla over by test server there. Stethoscope we can migrate out of though. One Monday, two teachers told the story of their weekend. The PLC control system and robot control box lost power, which made it lose its entire memory. They spent 8 hours inserting floppy disks to reinstall the whole thing. Yeah, my dad ended up doing that at one point with Windows NT before CDs were as common. He had NT on floppy disk. It was something like 50 floppy disks. Maybe 50 is a bit much. It was somewhere between 20 and 50. That's a lot of floppy disks. It was a lot. Like, it was a stack. How many floppy disks did NT4 use? Oh, was it NT3? They don't say the number. 3.5-inch floppies. It was deleted. You jerk. Windows 95. Oh, Windows NT 3.1. Right? NT 3.1 came on 22. Okay, so it wasn't the 50 I was thinking. Let's double check this. So 3.5 or 3.5.1. Depending. 1.2 megabyte floppies. It was a 90 megabyte installation process. Right, so 1.4, 1.2. I think it was close to 50 actually. Because I doubt there was that much compression going on. It was already binary data, you know? Yeah, this actually does kind of track to me. 90 megabytes with some compression divided by 1.44. Let's just do that math real quick. Let's get this fixed. So, yeah, it says 62. I really do think close to 50 is pretty accurate. Yeah, Oregon Trail is a totally different game. All right, so we did pull in some changes from some other people's things. There we go. It does mean we're going to need to fire up Neovim. Repos. We only have Neovim Biscuits, so that is not ideal. I don't think I have a testing Neovim Biscuits repo. But Vexilla. Vexilla's probably got enough languages in it that we could test all of the languages we need to support with it too. I like that idea. Okay. All right, so do I have Envim? So error detected while processing the init.lua. So an equal sign expected there. So I've got a flaw in my init.lua. Let's just go look at it real quick. So they said line 11. Dash dash is how you comment in Lua, right? So these are commented. What is wrong with my config then? And I probably need to update Neovim. Is there a good way of managing Neovim versions? There is. They call it Bob. Okay. Anyone here ever used Bob? I'm gonna guess it's probably fine. Uninstall Neovim. Maybe I want to rename the config. Oh, I could just use brew. Okay, yeah. So what's the command with brew? to actually check to see if we have one. Like, if we have something installed already. Is it brew info? Oh, wrong one. We'll just do a new tab. Homebrew, check if installed. Check what is installed. Okay, so brew list will do it. I just want to see if that's how I ended up installing Neovim. Yeah, okay. So realistically, we could just change versions using Homebrew. It's not ideal. But we should probably update, right? Is it upgrade? Yes. Brew, upgrade. Neovim, right? Let's get on the latest. I thought I had the command line tools. Spelled with 2 D's, thusly, for a double dose of his pimping pleasure. Is he Dutch? I used to know an exchange student named Untgrad. Man, I haven't seen that movie in over 10 years. I'm glad I remember that. And you know what? It's 2:30. I have a freshly cleaned beverage glass, which is just fantastic. We should probably put it to use. And yeah, anyone who's maybe just getting here, what you up to? Anything fun you've done lately? Anything fun you got planned for the weekend? I have to fly to Arizona again So I'll be gone from, I won't be streaming Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday next week. Wednesdays are my days off anyway that, you wouldn't see me anyways. Let's do the Xcode select thing. So yeah, right? Another week off, basically. I'd rather be streaming. I think we all know that. But yeah, so. We'll see. I'm gonna try and find some more good food. I'm probably gonna eat the, Oh my god. Wait. 20 gigs is needed? I think we're fine. Yeah, it's job travel. Yeah, the company I work for is based in Arizona. They're having a big leadership meeting and all that stuff where we have like a big release coming this month for Get Kraken Client, like version 15. GitLens is having a big version coming out soon. Ooh, do I need to do a source? Let's try that. Yeah, it should be fun. Oh, is it NVim, not Neovim? That's right. I leave Sunday night. So I'll be streaming tomorrow for sure. Obviously. All right, so we are on the latest. Perfect. So we still have this issue. That's annoying. The Arizona tweets? Yeah. I've got a couple like queued up that I want to do. The biggest problem is that I end up like doing most of my tweeting at night, and that's the worst time for tweets. Right? You get way better engagement tweeting during the day. So I'm gonna have to like learn how to schedule my tweets better. Yeah, I've got a fun one. Like, one that I had thought up from last time, but, like, totally forgot. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to be eating at, like, the lobster roll place a few times. There is a way of scheduling tweets. You can actually do it. You can't schedule from the mobile app, though, which is super annoying. But you can schedule tweets if you pay for it. Yeah, I pay for it. As a content creator, it's probably worth it just to not have them bury my tweets. I'd probably need to upgrade to Premium Plus so that they don't bury my tweets as much. It is, yeah. Like, or just for the algorithm, right? Yeah. There's Premium, and then there's Premium Plus. Premium Plus is also, like, ad-free, which is kind of nice. I might be willing to pay for it just for that. All right, so I guess here's the big thing. And yeah, what up, Sergeant Pepper? How you doing? Hardly see ads when you're on desktop? I see them all the time. You might not be realizing how many are actually ads because they don't do a great job of calling it out, which I find incredibly annoying. Oh, that's it. I've actually had to disable Brave's blocking of ads because it messes with spaces. So that's a big problem for me, right? Because if I want to join a space, I have to do it now through Brave, because if I do it through Chrome, I have to like mess with my audio settings in Chrome. So yeah, that gets annoying. Okay, so you know what? Hold on. Instead of nano, let's see why that's yelling at me. And I don't know if I have... I mean, Lua is getting highlighted, so we might be good. We do have the Lua thing there. Anyone here consider themselves a Neovim user, not just like a hobbyist? What is wrong with this right here? Let G colon instant username, because it seems like valid Lua to me. You tend to get stuck? Yeah, same. Is that Vim syntax? Oh. So maybe I accidentally like renamed my init.lua without updating this? I mean, a lot of this other stuff looks like Vim as well. Oh, you're right. It would be local in Lua. So let is Vim script. So I think this whole file is actually Vim script. So renaming it to Lua was a mistake, right? Okay. Yeah, line 11. Yeah, I knew what you meant. No, I think this whole file is actually Vim script. Because this right here doesn't look like a syntax I remember from Lua. Require is Lua? Okay, so here, instead, if I just did vim.g.instant username, okay. Yeah, there you go, the bread. Thank you. That really helped. Awesome. All right, cool. So then, all right, we got Neovim Biscuits. Oh, and we actually had Neovim installed locally for some reason too. I don't know why we ever did that. Okay, so I just messed up importing my logic from Vim script to Neovim. All right, so if we go to clients, let's double check some of this then. Let's look at the issues that people have reported. Biscuits causes Neovim to become quite laggy on larger files. Okay, so Neovim, get size of current buffer. Yeah, so nope, not that. The content size. In Vim script, I mean, as long as we figure out what the command is, we should be good. Okay, here's going to be something. Lua parse KB to number. I really like this feature idea, though. So first and foremost, let's create a branch. Feature, file size, maximum file size. I like the name of that. Right, so that's going to be the name of this feature. Maximum file size. I think the simplest bit is that we need to just write the logic that takes in a raw number in pure bytes, right? Or words or whatever. Because that seems like what we can get from here. So word count makes sense to me. And I do like that their Vim help is a little prettier now. Opens a DuckDuckGo tab, though. What's the name of my Neovim docs site? I mean, he said it got slow at 100K. Instead, I'd like to make it just user configurable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So maximum file size would be a user configurable setting that we're going to add. But we want to allow users to put in like 100 KB, etc., right? Instead of having to type just a raw number. That's the part where I'm not sure there's a library for that. All right. We don't care about open resty here. Human. Lua file size. Generate. So this does it into the format, but we want to go the opposite direction. So we might have to just write that ourselves. At which point, we're probably just going to find some TypeScript code and pass it through TS to Lua and call it good. That is probably the move. Lua texts 7 years ago? 12, 11 years ago? This ain't it. Nope. Yeah, so I don't... Maybe Turson. No, I don't think that's it either. And the docs for these things are often lacking. Like, massively lacking. Yeah, so that's not what we want either. We'll close Plasmo for now. Oh, we didn't do that publish of Stethoscope. I definitely want to do that here soon, but we don't have to do it today. All right. Oh, did I close that issue? I did. I think it's fine. So we're going to do it with raw numbers first, and then we'll worry about human readable numbers. We don't set any of this in my config, because I wanted to verify it. Pop open Neovim Biscuits. And yes, I'm working on a Neovim plugin using VS Code. And you can't stop me. All right, so one place we want to go look is config here, right? We have a default config. That part's fine. Ooh, and we end up doing some like custom language support things. We might have to do that at some point. Let's double check utils here. We'll see how big the human readable parsing ends up getting. And oh shit! Oh man, so Rocks, YouTuber, Swampy, and YouTuber, yes, I just realized I don't have the right chat overlay over here. I'm sorry. I should have seen your YouTube comments. Let me pop out my chat. Let me do a new Edge window real quick. Yeah, that was totally my fault. I'm sorry about that. We'll go inspect. I need to flip it. And yeah, sorry YouTube, that's totally my bad. Alright, cool. Alright. So yeah, we do see Code Biscuits working in our Lua code, which is nice. This is the same thing we're trying to do for Neovim. And we actually have a bunch of features for Neovim Biscuits that we don't have in the originals. So we might want to do an update to that at some point. But yeah, I gotta look and see. So here in init, that's where our decorate nodes function is. Should decorate is the function we care about there. So should decorate is true there. Bail out of empty text. And really, like, these two kind of overlap a bit. Right? Bail out if distance is less than minimum distance. Aha! And then languages should decorate here. Takes in our language name. And that's where a user has a configured version of that. Here's where we set those handlers. So if language is this, I'm not sure this logic is right. That's a different bug to fix. And then each individual language has things that we don't want to decorate. Got it. Yeah. Okay, so this part's actually fine. So then we head back to init. This one is bailout if this node should not be decorated based on language-specific filters. And then if we get to this point and should decorate is still true, then we go in and do our logic. So instead, what we want to do here is bailout if file size is larger than maximum file size. Let's double check that word count function. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Github.com. Neovim docs web. Word count is not in our index. Oh. All of them, Nalco. All of them. Yeah, maybe. You're not wrong. Wow. Count is used a lot in this file. Yeah, H word count. It's in built-in.txt. Ah, okay. So it's just the current buffer. We don't actually pass the buffer to it. Okay. Pretty sure it is then just vim.api.wordCount, but I could be wrong. I think that means we can do .bytes, right? Because it gives us a a dictionary. Right, and tables allow that syntax, so I think we should be good there. So then if and not cursor line only, but final config dot max file size. And yeah, if we avoid just all that logic, I think we are good. But maybe I want to think about when we're attaching to the buffer instead. I think bare minimum, if we get this logic worked out, we can always move where that logic is. Hold on one second. Since it's a built-in, it's just word count? Really? Hold on. Let me double check. Oh man, that file goes deep. Really? Oh. Yeah, I see that right there as an example. Okay. Okay. Vim API is separate. Okay. Yeah, I've always found that a bit confusing. Vim.api is really the stuff that Vim ships with, whereas word count is a Neovim specific function then, right? I think that's my mental model of it at least, but I could be off. Ooh, and it's tilde equal nil. And I think I want to do another and. Ooh. Nope, wrong place. Okay, so the extension we have does have formatting. Oh, hold on. Really? I guess we just install Lua Formatter. And what's up, Voltagon? How you doing? Yeah, a little weird to me that the auto formatting is not kicking in as I expected it to. Oh, but I forgot. It also does stuff like that, and I hate it. So, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing. Oh, and yeah, YouTuber, are you still out there? They asked if I could just disable ad blocking for only X, and that's what I did, yeah, but I had to disable ad blocking for all of X, which means I get X ads. So yeah, sorry, YouTuber. Hope you're still out there. Okay, so final config here. That's where we go and do this. We got a get default config. All right, get language config is then this part with a final config coming into it. Oh, and I forgot we can do that on our tables. Yeah. So it's very similar to JS code, which I think is cool. And here's where we do some of those checks, and we finally get to that. How are we getting final config? Yeah, Space Case. Yep. Yeah, I have this extension, which I'm not going to be bummed if you don't have it installed. It's not a big deal, but it's Neovim Biscuits. I made this like 2 years ago, 3 years ago actually. Presented on it at NeovimConf. I built it in VS Code. But yeah, you can get like a little bit of an annotation of what the ending bracket might be. And I've personally found that it's still more useful than like the sticky header approach. Especially because like as you start getting like deeply nested with things, the sticky headers start taking up a lot of space. I think with Neovim it only ever takes up one line, or maybe you can configure that, which is better. But I'm not positive how many of these things actually, like, you know, if you were then to get to here, if error doesn't equal nil, you lose the context of like some of the other things, right? Yeah, so we have HTML biscuits, assorted biscuits, JSTS biscuits, because the tree sitter grammar for JavaScript and TypeScript didn't compile properly from tree sitter into Wasm last time I tried. Maybe that changed. But yeah, did this 3 years ago, presented about it. I just like making stuff, you know? And I think we know enough people that use Neovim that if I could make a tool that maybe another streamer enjoys using, that'd be even better. It'd be a whole lot cooler if it did. And yeah, Tej has even helped us out with some of like the logic stuff back in the day. Like when I first made it, I definitely had some like logic issues and things like that. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. I love how it is. It's still like clicky, right? The Twitch software dev community is still a bit clicky, but it's still more tight-knit than a lot of other clicky environments I've been in. Like, dude, snowboarding is extremely clicky. Like, way worse. New terminal emulator he was showing off for Ghosty. It's closed beta right now. Nice. Ghosty is the terminal emulator. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm curious what Tej is going to be doing with terminal.shop. Yeah. Something Hashimoto. He's HashiCorp. He is HashiCorp. Mitchell Hashimoto? Something like that? Yeah, we haven't seen Codephobia for a while, but Codephobia tells like a good story about how he's like been on phone calls with Mitchell Hashimoto from back in the day, just for various things. Man, yeah, I haven't chatted with Codephobia in ages. He didn't make it down to TwitchCon this year. I feel like he would have been in hog heaven in Vegas. That's like his environment. Damn, he should have been at TwitchCon this year. Wait, he was. Never mind. He totally was. Duh. I hung out with him. No. Yeah. He was there. Duh. We played Connect 4 that first night. Like, yeah. Never mind. Yeah, he was in Hog Heaven. I remember it now. I don't know why my brain was like, I didn't see him. Yeah, so hopefully I see him at TwitchCon this year, too. If it's only a once-a-year thing to hang out with Codephobia, still better than zero. Yeah, I can't believe my brain was spacing on that. It's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Okay. So yeah, I'm basically having to like reteach myself where a lot of these things kind of glue together. So yeah, the way that we're like rationalizing the config. Get default config. We've got our default config right here. And then theoretically, I don't see where we're looking at the user's config. Oh, wait. Wait. I need to double check and search for where we're doing all this. So config.lua looks fine. I see it. So we keep a top level final config value that is local to this entire file, but this is where, like in our setup, we take the user's config and merge it with our default. So yeah, there we go. And pcall. I believe it is something like process call. Oh, pcall I think is calling out to Vim script. I don't remember. I'll look it up for you real quick. Protected call. Yeah. So it's a way of like catching errors, I think. Or preventing it from breaking the rest of your code if it fails, for the most part. Right? So here, A may not be a table, but if we do pcall, then we can do it, and the thing happens. Otherwise, we can do something about it. So yeah, it's a protected call. So it's almost like try-catch. but it's a Boolean instead. Yeah. It is better than try-catch in a lot of ways. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a good convention. And yeah, I haven't written Lua code. We've written Lua code more recently than last time we worked on Neovim Biscuits, because we were using Solar 2D at one point, which is a Lua game framework. And yeah, we were doing some stuff in that, which was quite fun. Solar 2D was really nice because it uses Lua to script out and make massively cross-compatible games. It used to be called Corona 2D. I think we all know why they changed the name. I think we can guess at why the name change happened. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. But yeah, that was the last time I did some like major Lua code. It's really like when your brand is that solidified. Nah, you don't do that. Instead, you just pay people to not call it Corona and instead call it COVID. I would bet a lot of money that the brand, like the company behind Corona, which is a large beer company, they're not independent. The company behind Corona, the beer, paid off a bunch of news organizations to call it COVID, not Corona. Right? Constellation Brands. Right? What is their portfolio? Right? Modelo. Hold on. Where's the full list? Modelo, Fresca, Corona, Pacifico, and some tequila brand. Right? They are a large Mexican beer manufacturer. I doubt it's a conspiracy theory, right? I'm sure they actually weighed the cost of rebranding the entire Corona beer line versus the amount of just paying off news organizations to call it COVID instead. Right? There was some cost-benefit analysis there. I'd bet money on it. Probably not a lot of money, but I'd still bet money on it. Okay, so we know how final config is being merged now. It is dealing with a bit of like global state, but it's at least file local global state, which could be worse. Oh, are they actually kind of shady? I would not have been surprised about that. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, hold on. Let me double check work. Blah, blah, blah. Boom. All right, cool. Okay, so yeah, that was a big thing that was confusing me a little bit, just making sure where the user's config was coming from. It happens way later in the file, but we're good to go here. So now we can double check some of this stuff. I'm okay throwing this one here. Hey, okay, the formatter's kicking in now. Ish. But yeah, cool. What class was that for? Was that a business class or like economics or something? I'm curious. Yeah, what class would that be like a relevant paper for? I took like a business 101. I took an accounting 101 and quit within like 2 weeks because I realized I don't want to do accounting. I'd just pay someone to do it. That's what college is for, to learn things like that about yourself. I learned the difference between a credit and a debit, and then I was out. Like, get me out of here. I found another elective to take. It was fine. Okay, so I like this so far. Environmental science. Oh, there you go. No, that sounds like a cool class. I had a friend. I haven't talked to her in almost 10 years probably now. But it's probably more like 5 or 6, but still. She got a degree in environmental science, and she still waits tables. You know, like, she waits tables at like fancy restaurants, so she makes good money doing it. But not an incredibly valuable degree. Not an incredibly valuable degree. Yeah, right? The only jobs you can get in that sector is to get hired as like the environmental officer for a big company. And then basically do nothing but, hey, they hired you. They're doing something. Right? Yeah, that's literally the only use of a degree like that. In a lot of, like, not only, but it's the common use of that degree. It's kind of crazy. And what's up, anyone, for coffee? I'm good, how are you? We're doing a little bit of Lua today to add some features and maybe fix some bugs for Neovim Biscuits, because I've kind of left it hanging for a year or two. I'm okay with it. I mean, yeah, honor students with A+ grades don't want to do simple factory work. Duh. Seattle JS last night was great. Or not last night, 2 nights ago. Yeah, it was great. We had like a really, really large group at the after party. And sorry, I got to respond to a work thing. Okay, anyway, back to what we're doing. This is almost time for another beverage. Maybe I should probably pace myself a bit. Let's take it easy. It is Friday. But we probably shouldn't go off the rails, right? Okay, so, yeah, we get this word count, we do that stuff. At this point, we need a file that would trigger this. We need a series of files, actually. Inside of Vexilla, is there something we could look at that is actually super small versus something that is larger? So I guess, what is our largest file? What's a good way to detect that? We can just do it this way. So if we look... Let's close this for now. Oh. What if instead, yeah, our PNPM lock is probably pretty large, but it's a YAML file, and I don't know if we get good biscuits from YAML files? We don't get good biscuits from a YAML file. Oh god, what did I just do? Alright, I didn't modify the YAML file. Whew. JSON. Ooh, oh, what is... Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. Never mind. We might have actually been able to use the YAML file. Leader C. So when it says leader C, what do I do? And in fact, no, I'm going to go here. If I just do that, I think we're good. So now if we look at it, I don't see any biscuits there. keep doing Control X, and that's modifying my buffer, and I don't like it. I guess at this point, let me just go edit any random file and see what's up. Right, when it says leader C, what does that mean? What does leader mean? Right, can you take me to your leader? Oh, and hold on, let me just send one more message. Yeah, what is the leader key? Is that something you end up setting yourself? Yeah, so if you're not aware, Metal X, leader is a very specific, like, Neovim named thing, right? Or maybe Vim named thing. And it's basically like a key combination you use to do something. So leader is usually user configurable. Okay, so you know, my bad. Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to, like, you know, talk down to you at all. Your question was, leader is set by me. What is the default, though? Space is your leader, right? But, like, is there a default? Because I feel like I'm still using default. Is it slash? Okay. And hold up. Is that a backslash? No, and no worries, I can look it up. Slash is the default. Thanks, Archer Zen. I appreciate you. Hell yeah. Thank you for commenting over on YouTube as well. So, hold on. Let me use the restroom. It's the start of key shortcuts. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Metal X. I thought you were asking, like, with no context. That's my fault. I made a bad assumption there. When you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. So, yeah, that's my bad. But let me go pee. Just one sec. Okay, sorry about that. Had to use the restroom. I mean, not as always. You haven't seen me with 5 or 6 drinks in me. But, yeah, no worries. We're working there. We'll get there. It's Friday night. Okay, so hold up. I got a question. When you're on LinkedIn, what type of video do you prefer, like, seeing? Hold on. So yeah, sorry. Work thing real quick. Wait, what? You don't watch videos on LinkedIn at all. Did I say LinkedIn? I meant to say Twitter. My brain might have, like, you know. You smell that brain fart? That ain't good. But yeah, like, LinkedIn, like, every once in a while you might be interested in clicking, like, a LinkedIn video if it's someone you actually like or care about. It's rare. Yeah, no, this is 40 seconds long. It's basically like the ad. Okay. Right? So I just recorded my first ad over the past couple days. You know. I could read you and spoil the script a little bit, but we'll be waiting till Monday to show it at least. New feature and release videos? Yeah, for sure. I get that. That makes sense. It's an ad about a feature, and it's 40 seconds long, so it's like, yeah, I feel like it's perfect for Twitter and LinkedIn. But, yeah, as far as posting, I'll wait till Monday. Video on GitLens. You mean just like that short, like the Code Sandbox one? Yeah, that one performed pretty well. Yeah, that was solid. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. Here's the thing. I can paste this for myself, and y'all can at least give me some direct feedback here on stream. I think that's worth it. So I'm not going to post it up to Twitter or LinkedIn yet. The 50 people here can let me know what you think. And I have permission to share it out, which is awesome. So, yeah, let me just do that real quick. New Finder window, please, on this screen. There it is. Sweet. Yeah, let me share this out real quick. Oh, and I have access to it already, I believe. So I'm going to pause. We're going to show it here on screen. And I want to know, like, yeah, what y'all think about it. If it's too shilly, if it's annoying, like, fearless feedback. No one's going to get in trouble if they don't like it. All right? So keep that in mind. I'll do the full version of it. So hold on. Let me copy it and download it to the desktop, I guess. Sure. Paste. Display view. It'll be just, 40 seconds long. Shouldn't be a big deal. Cool. Let's get that out of the way.
When I start work in the morning?
Oh, hold on. Let me resize it. Start it from the beginning. And seriously, like, fearless feedback. Tell me what you like or hate about it. Like, I'm down. So, here we go.
When I start work in the morning, I need to figure out what I'm going to do for the day. Sorting through my GitHub feed can be a chore. It can get so noisy, especially with all the depend-upon notifications. Instead of sifting through it all on my own, I switch over to Focus View. It helps me prioritize what I should work on. It also lets me snooze the things that can wait. By using GitKraken workspaces, I can take the filtering and noise reduction even further. Whether you want to use the CLI, the web app, the desktop client, or stay in VS Code with GitLens, GitKraken Focus View is everything. Try it for free today.
Meh. I'm not an advertising person. I hate ads. I think we all do. I tried to make one that is at least quick enough, gets to the point, and lets you get on with your day. Okay, cool. Yeah, any other feedback people have, let me know. I am down. This one is getting pushed up for like ads approval right now, but they want 2 or 3 more. It's good? Awesome. Okay, cool. I feel good about it. It's the first ad I've ever made. The first draft that I sent them, they really didn't like. Needs a more fun sweater. I'll agree with that. Sure. Yeah, no background music. We could do that in the next one. Yeah, like the audio production part, I think needs more work, right? Some music or something else. Staring at the back of my head was too much? I mean, it's quick, though. You don't see me for that much of the video. But good feedback. You don't like the faceless video. Technically, there was like a TikTok they sent that they were like, yeah, use this as a thing. It feels original, unlike other ads. Yeah, I think that's great. They posted like a TikTok where someone just has their like working behind them and they're doing stuff while it's happening, and then they're just like showing stuff that they're doing in screenshots instead. And I don't know, I thought it was like somewhat novel, but again, fearless feedback. I really appreciate that approach. Like, thank you, Solthoth. Maybe it'll grow on you. I'd be curious if any of y'all end up seeing that ad on YouTube or whatever. Yeah, the standard stock blank desk. Like, yeah, I don't know. I like the idea. I can always mix it up. I can try other stuff. But I tried one where I'm like looking at like the screen and like chatting at you, and it really did feel like super shilly. You're not going to see it on YouTube? That's fine. No worries. I forget where else they're going to be doing it. But yeah. Bare minimum, it'll be up on YouTube-ish soon. Exactly. So anyone for coffee, that's directly what they were looking for. If they wanted like a whiz-bang sales talky kind of thing, they have people that can do that. My setup is distracting. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I got a lot of shit on my desk. Like, dude, you're telling me. Dude, yeah, my setup's distracting. I am distracted by it right now. You know, like, shit. I mean, it makes sense, anyone for coffee, but you don't have to blame ADHD for that. That's just a human thing. Humans don't like ads, and we tend to like zone them out. We like people in general have become banner blind, right? We don't see banners either unless they become intrusive. So I think there's something to that, right? I don't think you need to blame anything. On the other hand, it does look like a real workspace instead of something curated. I did curate what's on my screens a bit, right? Like the retro wave thing in the corner. It wasn't even playing. I didn't have my OBS in the bottom corner of the other screen like I do all the time now. Okay, microphone's good. It looked quiet for a second. Relatable. Yeah, exactly. The fake Get Kraken BG? No, that's the real, like, that's my new Get Kraken BG for that monitor when it's plugged into my work machine. So it's not even fake, it's real at this point. That's now the background on my work machine. Now, I did it for the video, but I don't care enough about my background, so it's going to stay the background. Okay, so it lands smoothly. You weren't put off by it. It doesn't go on too long, right? So if you had that as an ad before a video on YouTube, even if, you know, people without premium, it wouldn't be too big a deal. But maybe the next one, I add music. I could see that. Yeah, I didn't want to make it too, like, salesy, though, you know? Which is why I didn't do sound effects or anything crazy with, like, the ending card. That was actually some feedback from someone else. Like, for the things where I'm, like, clicking stuff in the UIs, I need to, like, emphasize the clicks I'm doing. I could see that. There you go. Okay. That's awesome feedback. Thank you, MetalX. Some kind of background music would be good. Okay. It would have to be, like, royalty-free music, or, like, music that we're paying for a license for. Yeah. Cool. Alright. Yeah. So I'll be uploading that to, like, Twitter and LinkedIn next week. Just cuz. I have a Camtasia license. Camtasia has all sorts of effects I can add. Like, I could overdo it on the effects. I really, like, forced myself not to do anything with that final card. I really had to be like, well, no, I don't need to make it, like, animate in and out and all that bullshit. Because I actually do think, like, valuing simplicity is nice. Yeah, I agree with that, Space Case. I think if we were to launch up the vertical version of it as just like a short, I think we'd probably get some decent traction for it. I think it would actually do pretty well as a short or a TikTok. So yeah, I'm gonna reach out, chat with the marketing person that you know, that requested the video and all that. Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that too. Yeah, I think I'd love to do crazy, like, fancy effects, but it just doesn't feel like me at that point. You know? So if you can do something simply, if it's just a standard, like, overlay and you're not, you know, not doing anything crazy, it's still, like, there's something that feels more real about it to me. Like, even when I'm watching videos. I know, Fireship, Fireship, super entertaining, like, he puts a lot of effort into his videos, but it's not a video I'd ever watch a second time. Whereas, like, informational videos that maybe aren't as polished, I might actually go back to for, like, a certain, like, chunk of it. I'd prefer a blog post, of course, but, you know. Oh, my first one was, like... Dude, my first one was bad. It was me looking directly at the camera. Hold on. No, I think I threw away the original script, but I'm basically just looking at the camera using this camera, doing like this is the new script, but like when I start work in the morning, and it's like me being like overly shilly. And like, you know, looking directly at you kind of thing. I think it works for streams. I don't think it works for an ad. And technically, we have people who can do ads like that. Right? We have people who are great. Like, they're way better than me at, like, marketing ads like that. So yeah, I'm actually glad they pushed back on it. But at least I had it posted, so it's not like I wasn't doing nothing for the week, right? And then this one, I think I've gotten a lot more like positive feedback from it at work as well, right? Even the people that pushed back on the first one like this one more. Like, we can always iterate and make it better, sure. But yeah, I don't know. It was definitely worth redoing. I think the first ad would have bombed like terribly. You'll go back and watch Brett Victor's videos. What does Brett Victor do? Ah, okay. Does he do like a lot of like design stuff? I see like the Apple Design Award stuff. Wait. No, I'm thinking of Dan Ives or whatever. Never mind. I was like, is he like the design guy? Inventing on Principle. Okay, like this video specifically. And it's more of like just a presentation. Oh, maybe this is this person like presenting on Brett Victor's Inventing on Principle? I don't know. But yeah, okay. "12 years and still rocks." Yeah, I really like Gary Bernhardt's talks. But yeah, so Space Case, you gave Focus View a try, and it, like, the workspace you have has all the repos from work. Without the workspace set, you ended up getting only the things that were relevant to you? Yeah, I want to make sure I understand that, because I want to pass it back as feedback. And yeah, you were able to link it to Jira so that you can get like all of it in one place instead of having to head out to Jira. Yep. Okay. So, hold up. If you don't have a workspace set, you get actually, like, less things in the list? Is that what I'm understanding? So I guess because you had the workspace set to everything, it was fetching all of those. Whereas instead, when you don't have a workspace set, it's based on you? So it's maybe like how their fetching is going. Right? Okay. And your workspace is every repo, not just the ones that you can like typically work with, maybe? Okay, I think I understand it. Right. All right, so I just want to make sure I frame this right when I bring it back as feedback. Without setting a workspace, you were getting only the things relevant to you, whereas when you had a workspace set, it seemed like it was fetching everything for everybody, and then maybe later trying to filter for you. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Like, the ones that you're typically working with is only a few. Right? A few dozen, whatever, right? But, okay. So, I just want to make sure I understood what you're saying right now, because I don't know if I've had that problem. But okay. Alright. I've run into other workspace issues with certain things. Like, for some reason on getkraken.dev, changing my workspace doesn't change the issues I see. I haven't checked that with GetKraken Desktop, though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, at some point, if you want to hop on another call, right, like another one of those one-on-ones, it'll probably just be me and you this time. But at least, like, that way we can talk about it and, like, discuss it. And it's only used internally kind of stuff, so, like, that info stays safe. If you'd be willing to... again, if you can't, totally get it. But if you'd be willing to even, like, share your screen and show us the difference, that would be really worthwhile. But I totally get it if that's not something you can do, right? NDAs and all sorts of shit. I totally get that. And we can chat about it, you know, offline or whatever. This is another way that I'm, like, really justifying my value and why they should keep paying me, basically, is that I have conversations with actual devs, like on a regular basis, that are actually using our product. So these one-on-ones are, yeah, if I'm like slow to release a video, well, at least I'm doing real user feedback stuff. Which is totally part of like what I'm expected to do. So, yeah. I really appreciate you, and Dan is bored, also had a call with me the other day. Anyone else that uses GetKraken, I'd love to hear about your use case and pain points and any feedback you want to give, even if it's all just blowing smoke up our ass and saying how perfect it is. I doubt that's the case. But yeah, any user feedback helps justify my job. So I would happily welcome those calls. I might just want to stop allowing them to be scheduled at 8 a.m. Because, man, I had to wake up at 8 a.m. twice this week. Like, before 8 a.m. to make these calls for Dan. So, yeah, that happens. I can catch up on sleep. It's fine. I had the weirdest dream last night. I went on like a work thing. I don't remember where it was, but it was a long drive. I ended up meeting up and hanging out with a couple like work people and friends and blah, blah, blah. And then, you know how like when you like wake up a bit, turn over, look at the clock, and you're like, oh, I got another hour and a half, and you go back to sleep and you fall right back into a dream? I did that with a bunch of the same like people involved, but then it became like a GetKraken Marvel movie. Jaimin Hansu was the bad guy, Right? He's in like a super suit, like an Iron Man style suit that had like the tentacles of like an octopus or whatever. Like, it was so weird. Like, I don't know. It was the goofiest dream. But like work related, but also Marvel related. It was pretty good. 10 out of 10 dream. I'm kind of bummed I had to wake up before it could resolve itself. It was great. It was a fantastic dream. Man, I love those dreams where it's just so good. Yeah. Okay, so hold up. When I see workspace here, if I click Get Lens, PRs and issues go down. If I click Vexilla, interesting. I guess I didn't add any repos to this. But then if I click none, issues is still 0? So a bunch of our platforms have totally different results for some of these things. If I go to get Kraken, products being developed kind of like in isolation means that they're going to have a little bit of like quirks between them, and focus view is so new that it makes sense. And hey, what's up, Soy Pete?
They hail from the blend of an agricultural background and tech-savvy city life. Their superpowers are tech manipulation and plant manipulation, capable of morphing and controlling any technological device, as well as the ability to control and grow any plant life. They came into their prowess when they were working as a research scientist in a botany tech lab, and a lightning accident infused them with the energy of tech and soybeans. A hero for the new age, Soypotech uses their powers to save the world from both man-made and natural threats.
No worries, anyone, for coffee. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, appreciate you. Project we're working on today is a Neovim extension. Yeah, no big deal. Oh, and I broke something. Call to global word count does not exist. All right, so the built-in for word count is no good. Standard pointer, I've already written a Neovim extension. This extension is 3 years old. Where were you? I even presented about it at NeovimConf. Or VimConf, technically, like the year that it was done. So yeah, Neovim Biscuits. Neovim Biscuits are the things that allow us to get things like that, right? Right now we have cursor line only set up, right? The feature that we're checking for in this block of code. Oh god, it's so meta. Right? So that is the VS Code version. We've got a bug in our Neovim version right now that we need to fix, but yeah, we'll get there. And yeah, Archer Zen, get some pizza. Eat some pizza. So yeah, we're doing some Neovim stuff. I am refamiliarizing myself with some Lua. So we got bugs, man. There is a function that we're trying to call that is word count, and it's not working. So maybe it's vim.wordCount? I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, Todd Punk, don't even worry about it, right? We're making a Neovim extension, but I'm editing it in VS Code. You can have your cake and eat it too. Similarly, Tim Pope actually maintains a bunch of VS Code extensions. He uses Neovim to edit them. Who cares, right? It's about making things that people use, and that's one of the best things. You can't buy that feeling. So yeah, we're currently working on a feature that is, right? If a file size is larger than the maximum file size, we bail out. That will hopefully improve some performance issues that someone else has seen. We can get it going a little bit, let them know that we ship it, and call it good. But yeah, we got stuff to do for it. And yeah, T-Pope seems cool. And yeah, you like the chat overlay? Hell yeah. Technically, if Soy Pete does a chat overlay, they could sign up for Stream Parrot and get that theme with one button click. Maybe a couple button clicks, but still. Extend, embrace, extinguish extensions. Yeah, exactly. They're not plugins, they're extensions. Because, yeah, extend, embrace, extinguish. Duh. But yeah, Soy Pete, do you have a chat overlay? If so, you might consider it because it also allows you to maybe replace the generic Twitch emotes with your own emotes. Like the one right below me. You can replace any word you want, like react. Sandwich. Quite possibly the creepiest emote I have. Thanks, Robotic Head. Now we all have nightmares again. No, I don't care. I am most likely the least... I care the least about languages than pretty much every other streamer here in the category. I just don't care. Right? Be productive, use whatever language you want, and you're good to go. You made the classic blunder. Exactly, there you go. Never go against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Nah, sorry, like, I am language agnostic. They're just tools, right? Exactly, Space Case. I've got easily 10 language SDKs I've written. If I want to say, like, languages I can write, it's probably like 12 to 14. I have to Google a bunch of stuff when I do it, but I don't care. To me, the tool is less important than the thing I am making. And making something that is useful, again, you can't buy that feeling. Who doesn't Google when they code? What is it? Is it masochism when you enjoy pain? Yeah, masochists. Old people. There you go. People who work at companies that don't even allow IntelliSense. They exist. It's a thing. Or at least they used to. I think most of those companies probably died long ago. Ooh, honestly, Soy Pete, yeah. I mean, I have to fly to Arizona here soon. But remember that IntelliSense works locally. We're only talking about IntelliSense without, like, a server involved. If you're talking about Copilot, etc., well then, yeah, shit. Yeah, there are people that have strict rules about no Copilot, and I get that. Wait, does Copilot work offline? I'm going to say no, but I'm not sure. I have no idea. It does not. Okay, yeah, see. You need to log off. Thank you so much for the raid, Soy Pete. I appreciate you. If you do end up wanting that audio clip, I forgot how good it might have been, but feel free. Send me another PM and I'll send you that audio clip. Totally up to you. I forgot to listen if it was actually a good one. And I'm not going to be offended if you don't want the audio clip. But I just like playing it when people raid me. But yep, have a good one, Soy Pete. Appreciate you. So yeah, everyone else joining us, I work at a company called Get Kraken. You'll have to wait till Monday before I make a tweet of like the clip that I just played for chat. That was basically an ad that hopefully feels less like an ad than other ads. That's my goal, at least, because I think we all hate ads, right? And yeah, so for everyone joining, the thing we're working on is Neovim Biscuits. It is a Neovim extension that I wrote around 3 years ago, just for fun, because why not? Right, it's written in Lua, and what you're seeing is it in action. So when we get to a line that hits a certain like minimum line threshold of the separation between the starting and the end bracket, or the starting and end node, depending on what you're doing, maybe parentheses, maybe other stuff, we can actually annotate what that bracket ties to. And it doesn't even need to be only like the line that we're on. That's actually a feature someone requested, right? Cursor line only. You can actually just have it consistently in your code. In fact, let me go do that, because I actually prefer it on all the time. Biscuits. No, not that. All right, assorted biscuits. I think I have to toggle it there, and then... Ooh, looks like we got ourselves a bit of a bug. Oh, language settings. Oh, hold up. So now if we go back. Ooh, all right. So we got a bug with assorted biscuits, the VS Code extension. Ah, there it is. Okay, so on or any truthy value, we're good. If we turn it off, then we get it for every line, and we're good to go. I actually prefer it. You might think it is noisy. That's why I created the cursor line only version of it. But the idea is, now, if I am down here, right? We see if trim by words right here, sure, but we don't know what this end is for, even though that we're inside of it, because the sticky header thing only goes so many levels deep. So now we know that we're here. This end is too short, so that's word's max length, you know, whatever. But here, for word in Gmatch, now we know exactly which end that is, right? Treat end like a closing bracket. Same idea. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I don't think it adds too much noise for me, but that's why we have a setting for it, so that you can configure it to make yourself more productive and so that you're not being burnt out by all the BS. The exact feature we're working on right now is that someone has a feature request to disable it on big files. And I think that's actually genius. I really like that idea. And I feel like it was one of the easier ones to implement as we refamiliarize ourselves with the code base. So yeah, the part we care about is we added this section here. We need to quit and relaunch. That's a little trickier because technically all we have to work with is the buffer, and we don't know what's showing in the window. I don't believe Neovim does that for us. I don't think there's any way of knowing how many lines the user is showing. So what do you mean by, do I know where we are in the file? We know what line the user has selected, right? Like what line their cursor is on, which is how we end up being able to do this. Oh, hold on. I think I have it broken right now. We know what line we're on, but we don't know what zoom the user might have on their terminal, what size the font is, etc., how many lines are showing. All we end up getting is the buffer that the user has. Not released yet, though. So what Kbray is getting at is we might be able to do it eventually, but we can't do it yet. Exactly, because there's so many other, like, use cases. I could solve my use case totally fine and do whatever I want, but it doesn't mean that it fits within everyone else's use case. Like I was just saying, I prefer to have these showing all the time. The cursor line only feature is not for me, man. I want that context all the time, but not everyone does. They might consider all of these extra characters noisy. So the amount of configuration you need to add to make something useful to other people, yeah, that's where a simple idea can blow up in complexity. I basically just rephrased what you said, Lightspeed, but I'm agreeing, for sure. But here's another thing. The code is fully open source. You can contribute. If you look at the people who have actually contributed, you might recognize a couple, right? Maybe not them, but oh, that person looks familiar. 100 lines above or below? Yeah, but one thing to remember is that that still is like logic to handle. And we don't know how someone's using it. Maybe they're using it on a vertical screen that shows, 300 lines. Then that would be a broken experience. Exactly, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so hard to predict how this is going to be used that we have to do what we can as we go, and then maybe eventually we do a whole big refactor or whatever, right? Like, so yeah, I totally get it, right? I have 2 vertical screens right here on my left. I just don't use them for my terminal or my editor. It means that we'd have to update it as you scroll rather than being able to calculate it once. And maybe that ends up being more of a performance hit than just doing it once for the whole file. Like once you load that buffer. Now, technically, as you edit, we still need to do the updates, so I don't think it would actually incur any extra overhead. But these are things where I don't have a good way of measuring the performance implications yet. And that would be worthwhile too. But I think what someone is requesting is, can I just not do it on a large file? Yeah, that is an incredibly reasonable feature request to me. Incredibly reasonable. I like that idea. I really like that idea. Because I think one thing to point out is the cursor line only part still means that we have to actually like parse the entire file. Whether we're showing it or not is the only thing cursor line only is dictating. Because at the end of the day, we still need to understand where every node kind of starts and stops. And it all kind of has to happen within each like buffer change. So I think instead a file size approach makes a lot of sense to me. But a standard pointer, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the watch streak. But yeah, right, we see Creative Null, who we haven't seen here on Twitch for a while. I'd love to see him like start streaming some more. That'd be great. Right? Tej, we know Tej. Benjamin, Dan Sully, right? A bunch of people just helping out, doing their thing, right? People that use Neovim that are probably using this extension. Maybe they are still, I don't know. Technically, I could look at insights. Has he been streaming more lately? I must just be missing it due to like time zones. I am probably just missing it. But yeah, git clones. I believe git clone is how people actually like install this thing. So we're getting easily like a good, dude, 10 to 20 installs per day? That's crazy to me. That's kind of like legitimately crazy to me. I didn't expect it had that many users. That's awesome, isn't it? I don't think you can. Yeah, I mean, this is all we have, really. I mean, unique cloners is the blue line, which is around 0 to 10, like 0 to technically 15 per day, but never goes above 15. Yeah, so the blue line is unique, right? The green line is non-unique. So that could be that, like, on average, we got, you know, between 5 and 10 people per day, like, fiddling with their dot files. Not exactly the pinnacle of productivity, eh? Virtual environments could be a thing. That's possible. Yeah. To me, it sounds like fiddling with their dot files. Right? It sounds to me like fiddling with dot files. So when you think Neovim makes you more productive, you are absolutely missing the configuration portion of that like metric, right? Just saying. If you enjoy that part, then keep enjoying it. No one can tell you that it's not worth it because you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy that part, well, that's a little different. And Milky, missed you at CLJS just the other day, right? Happened on Wednesday. How about this? Do you have any like meetup talk that you'd like to do? That could be fun. And then you're like obligated to show up. Messing with your config is what you do when you're bored at work. I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. And at least like 5 or 6 people seem to be doing that too. And yeah, no worries, Melky. I'm not trying to like pressure you. If you want to show up, it'd be awesome to see you there. If not, I'm happy to hang out any other time too. Wednesdays and Sundays are my days where like I'm not streaming. So those days, I'm totally down to do whatever, basically. Actually, and I should probably even take this offline, but Melky, do you ever have a need for observability stuff on your Go stuff, right? Like a Go API that you're building or whatever, right? For side project things. It might be cool to chat with the highlight.io guys. They're actually, like, Jay is right here in Seattle. So I'd be happy to do, like, an introduction if you think you could do some, like, observability, like, streaming or content. I think you have, like, a larger, like, viewership on stream to where, like, they could totally, like, sponsor a stream or two. That kind of thing. Up to you. Hit me up offline. We don't have to chat about it here. Yeah. They have funding and they're already profitable. They were profitable before they did Y Combinator, right? And it's a really useful tool. And I think, right, like I'm making some content for them. It's really like JS focused and Next.js focused and like all that. I don't know if they have a lot of like Go content. And I don't even know if they have a Go SDK, so I should probably look at that first. They do have Golang, right? So just saying, I'm happy to do that intro. Honestly, I really like the CEO and CTO, right? Jay and Vadim. Super chill dudes. Like, really cool. Like, really, really cool dudes. Hey! Nice, Vibrant. Yeah, that sounds fun. Oh, you use LazyVim as your base. Interesting. LazyVim's been crashing? I haven't heard anyone mention that. Like, but I do follow some people that use LazyVim. And, like, they made some interesting tweets about it. But yeah, Milky, if you're out there, let me know you're still out there and that you heard me. Otherwise, I might send you like a message later. Probably not today. Maybe tomorrow. Shit. Do I not? I don't have enough water. Let me go use the restroom just like real quick. I'll be right back, everyone. We're going to put it to the restroom scene because I like that scene. And, yeah, let me go pour some more water, use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, hold on. Let me read. Let me catch up. Okay, you guys are discussing the lazy get issue. On your work Mac, you'll post in Discord. Yep. Cool. Yeah, glad you guys are chatting about that. That's fun. Logging that Neovim does under the hood. Got it. As a fun little tidbit, if we look at my utils, oh, hold on, dev, I actually have a console log command that totally prints out to a file so I can investigate things from Neovim as I'm making this extension for dev mode, right? This is just for like me doing dev on this extension, and I can clear that log as I see fit as well. Realistically, I'm wondering if I should also do some like print stuff in here. But yeah. You know, as a JavaScript, TypeScript developer, I really wanted a console log in my Lua code. Now I have one. Yeah, I've made one for Go before too. I think I might even have one for, like, as a fake wrapper for Rust stuff as well. Because why not? If you can get console.log in a language, you probably should, just for fun. And then, yeah, over here in utils, actually, is another bit of a wrapper for it. Utils.consolelog actually takes a check for if we're in dev mode. And if we're not in dev mode, then our utils.console.log, or console log, doesn't actually print anything, like, to the file. Because we don't want to do this on someone else's machine. Technically, no standard error, because I've run into a lot of other people who do Lua not wanting their Neovim, like, I forget the name of that line, but it's like you get one line for a log in Neovim, basically. And you don't necessarily want to pollute that with a bunch of junk. And I could be wrong on that, but I think that's like the way I still understand it, and I could be wrong, you know? Damn, Shy Ryan at 210 viewers. Did he get that, was it the Tej raid, or was it the Primogen raid? It was the Prime raid? Makes sense. Shy Ryan's good. He deserves 200 viewers, but it's just out of the ordinary for him. Just like if you saw 200 here. It's out of the ordinary for me, right? If you see more than 100, we got raided by someone. Statistically speaking. Alright. So yeah, we've... yeah, I forgot about this merge tables. Like, we have a bunch of utilities we made. I forgot about that. We're gonna have another one we need to add here soon. But here's the biggest thing. We should probably, bare minimum, annotate the setting. Right? Configuration, trim by words, key binding to toggle visibility, cursor line only. Right, so the feature we want is configuration max file size. Ooh, and yeah, stick with it, right? Let's consistently capitalize things. And yeah, it's been probably like an hour or so. What's everyone up to? How y'all doing? You having a good day today? Well, I got one quick question. Oh, reading G Unicorn Docs. My little brother pronounces it Goonicorn. So he's got a little bit of that, like, Prime mentality of mispronouncing things. Yeah, so Lightspeed, reading the Goonicorn Docs in a PDF is basically like sipping from the wrong grail. Right? Like, you know, Indiana Jones style. Streamer version of the Ministry of Silly Walks? Sure. Yeah, so Lightspeed. I assume you know that reference I just made. That's the GIF. Really? Damn it. How did they not even link to the right GIF? Right? This is reading that PDF. Right, Lightspeed? I'm not wrong. Like a friend's birthday thing there, Cinder? Or is it your birthday? Yours? Oh shit, happy birthday. Oh, that's awesome. Without doxing anything, man, you got some shit news for your birthday, didn't you? I'm sorry. That sucks. Yeah. I really hope things work out well. Without trying to dox anything. And sorry for even mentioning it. You were probably here to try and forget about it, so I'm sorry. But yeah, happy birthday. Fuck yeah. Is there a game that you've been wanting to play? Have you played the Pathfinder games? Right, there's Pathfinder Kingmaker and then Pathfinder, the sequel that I forget the name of. It's like Wrath of the Righteous or something? I don't know. Have you played those though? No, so I'm talking about like the video game, because I know you're into D&D stuff. If you haven't checked out those games, that would be some good info. Could you check Worm's like Steam library real quick and check to see if he has them? Whether they're downloaded or not. Just, you know, check to see if he has them yet. No, I get it. I'm not worried about your free time now. You'll have free time. It doesn't mean you will now. Just saying. You'll have it whenever you have time for it. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to be offended if you don't play it immediately. I just, you know, just saying. And again, no stress, no worries. All right, so max file size. So how do we feel about this API for configuration, right? You could pass me a string, or you could pass me a number. The number will only be for bytes, right? Because making a number be applicable to kilobytes or megabytes or gigabytes or whatever sounds like actually a problem, you know? Realistically, I expect them to pass a human-readable file size instead, and we'll make a library that parses that properly. But if they wanted to pass us a raw number, it is just a number in bytes. I think that's like a good middle ground between the two different ways they could pass us data. How do we feel about that API so far? It makes sense in my head, but how would y'all want to configure this? And yeah, I typically forget how southern I am or how much time I spent in the South until I realize how often I say the word y'all. Y'all all gonna die. Right? That's a y'all all that's totally acceptable in the South. Y'all all gonna enjoy this meal. Y'all all is actually completely proper Southern English. Y'all might need to be thinking about a thing where we make a stream parrot thing for blah, blah, blah. Yeah, totally. It is completely valid Southern English. Number of lines? Dude, that's pretty ridiculous. But it is 1,000 or 1024 bytes. Do we support KB or KIB? We don't support any of it yet, Standard Error. What I plan on doing is taking the JS human readable bytes. Pretty bytes. I plan on taking this entire library and just forking it to Lua. The magic is we could take the entire TypeScript of it and send it to a TS to Lua conversion like thing and just call it good. Yeah, we can do that. Because TypeScript and Lua are that similar. Now there's pretty bytes. Sorry, never mind. I would want to get like a different one that parses the string rather than outputs the string. Human readable, I think, is actually the one. Size or duration formatter. Yeah, see, so some of these might not be any good, and we might have to just do it ourselves, man. Two thousand 2,880 sectors? Interesting. Here we go. Bytes. This is the thing that we'd actually like refactor. For sure. We would port this over to Lua. For sure. And I believe it supports KB and KIB, but I could be wrong. Nope. Yeah, no, it's just this. So maybe in our settings, we got to be explicit about which one we support, but at the end of the day, like, I think we're good. I think it's fine. It does look like they do the 1024 base. Instead of kibby bits, it's kilobytes. Or kibby bytes, kilobytes instead. Oh wait, did it say something about base 2 versus base 10? Out of nowhere. Alrighty. So yeah, hold on. The units are in powers of 2, not 10. That means 1 KB is 1024 bytes. According to this specific parser. Google uses base 10, so this library would have to be adapted. Okay. Fine, I get it. Are you gonna make me put in all that work to port this thing? Fuck it, whatever. We can change it. It's MIT licensed, right? Yeah, totally. So we can port it. We can do whatever we got. I know, I get it. It's fine. And we're going to do it the technically correct version. So if someone does KB, we're going to do it base 10. If they do KIB, we'll do it base whatever, right? We'll take whatever they give us and we can fork it, man. What I think this means is that, no, it does kind of matter for this because the users of this tool are very technical about things being correct, etc., right? Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Oh, there you go, standard error. I did not know that. All I remember is that installing Windows NT 3.5 was about 50 floppy disks worth of data. Because my dad had it. My dad installed Windows NT 3.5 using floppy disks. And we wonder why he's crazy now. In the best way, right? The best kind of crazy. It is a lot of floppy disks. We looked it up. It was 90 megabytes of data. Divided by 1.44? Yikes. Like, yikes. Oh God, I fucked that one up. There we go. Let me pop it open here on chat. So, copy link. Let's continue working here in a second, but yeah, we actually got to start like parsing the string now. Actually, first we have to make sure we're calling that word count function properly. That's the bigger thing we got to do. NT installer disks were DMF, which was larger capacity though. When you say DMF, like, what do you mean by that? Like, at what era? Because my dad, I'm pretty sure, was not installing NT4. He didn't install NT4 till he had, like, a proper CD drive, and that was just a CD. But when he installed NT 3.5, I'm almost positive it was a bunch of floppy disks, but 50 might be an exaggeration. It was somewhere between 20 and 50. Because there was a shitload of them, and younger me might have, like, inflated the actual count. it put more data on a floppy. Like 35 is what you're seeing. We tried to Google it earlier and I couldn't find it. But it was a bunch. Like it was so many floppy disks. And you had to be there for it, right? If you didn't put the thing in at the right time, like it'd be waiting. It's waiting on you, man. So yeah, I remember that. I wish I had saved all those floppy disks, but yeah, they probably went to a landfill. They probably went to a landfill. Yep. Poor E.T. Oh, all right. This is a good one, right? There's been a lot of confusion over 1024 versus 1000, K-byte versus K-bit, and the capitalization for each. Here at last is a single definitive standard. Lowercase k, uppercase b is a kilobyte. It's either 1024 bytes or 1000 bytes, right? And it's based upon the leap year. All capitalized KB is a Kelly-Boodle standard unit. That's 1012. It's a compromise between the two. KIB is an imaginary kilobyte, right? 1024 to the power of the square root of -1, right? It's used in quantum computing. You might not get it, right? Lowercase kb for both is an Intel kilobyte, which is 1023.937528, calculated on a Pentium FPU, also calculated in JavaScript. Capital K lowercase b is a drive maker's kilobyte. It's actually just 908 bytes. It shrinks by 4 bytes each year for marketing reasons. And then KBA is a baker's kilobyte. It's 1152 bytes. 9 bits to the byte since you're such a good customer. And then hold on. Whenever you go and look at an XKCD, the alt text is one of the most important parts. I would take Kibbybyte more seriously if it didn't sound so much like Kibbles and Bits. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. Oh, Lightspeed. Oh my god, the alt text is actually like the punchline. Hold up, here's another one. Hold on. Automation. Is it worth the time is a good one, and then automation is, I think, another good one. So if we do automation, right? I spent a lot of time on this task. I should write a program automating it. Right? The theory, sure, you work on the original task, writing the code to optimize it, cool, and then automation takes over, and then free time. But realistically, it's no. Writing the code, doing the thing, debugging it, rethinking it, ongoing development. No time for the original task anymore. Real Programmers has good alt text too. We'll check that one out here in a sec. But yeah, automating comes from the roots auto meaning self and mating meaning screwing. So automating a task is screwing oneself. Right? Seriously, the alt text is the punchline. If you have not been looking at the alt text, Lightspeed, you've been fucking up. You've been missing half the joke. All right, so here we go. Here's another good one. How long can you work on making a routine task more efficient before you're spending more time than you save across 5 years? So if you spend 1 second but do it 50 times a day over 5 years, you will have saved 1 whole day. Well, what if it's a 5-minute task and you do it 50 times a day? Over 5 years, you will have saved 9 months, which is huge, right? And then at the end of the spectrum, yeah, if you do it once a year, but it takes an entire day to do it, well, you'll save 5 days after 5 years, right? That makes sense. But, don't forget the time you spend finding the chart to look up what you save, and the time spent reading this reminder about the time spent, and the time trying to figure out if either of those actually makes sense. Remember, every second counts towards your life total, including these right now. Ooh, 20 exactly? That's Windows NT Workstation. That is 3.5? Okay, 20 sounds about right then. All right, cool. Yeah, good find. Thank you, Vibrant. So yeah, 20 is actually the number. To me, it seemed like 50. There you go, unknown user. Yeah. IT pushes a security update that breaks everything. Duh. All right, let's check these other two. The bread had this one. Right? So, Nano, real programmers use Emacs. Hey, real programmers use Vim. Well, real programmers use Ed. No, real programmers use Cat. Real programmers use a magnetized needle and a steady hand. Excuse me, but real programmers use butterflies. They open their hands and let the delicate wings flap once. The disturbance ripples outward, changing the flow of the eddy currents in the upper atmosphere. These cause momentary pockets of high-pressure air to form, which act as lenses that deflect incoming cosmic rays, focusing them to strike the drive platter and flip to the desired bit. Nice. Of course, there's an Emacs command to do that. Oh yeah, good old CXMCM butterfly. God damn it, Emacs. Then alt text. Real programmers set the universal constants at the start such that the universe evolves to contain the disk with the data they want. Obviously. Fistful of Floppies. Ooh, it's either a nerdy movie or an exotic nerdy movie. I mean, I just want to say Fistful of Floppies as an exotic nerdy movie is not a great nerdy movie. Because they shouldn't be floppy. Just saying. That's science. That's a very boring exotic movie. No, Vibrant, you're actually misunderstanding. The floppy part is the data medium that it's recorded on, not the casing around it. At that point, floppy is accurate because the internal data storage mechanism is floppy. It's not about the case for it. It's about how the data is stored. And the data is stored on a floppy magnetic disk. Whether you're talking about 5.25 floppies or 3.5 floppies, the internal data storage mechanism is a floppy magnetic disk. That's fine, but even then, 5.25 as a floppy is referring to the storage mechanism, not the case. Right? People misunderstood 5.25 to mean floppy as in the case for it. That's incorrect. It's just wrong. The case is irrelevant. Completely not important. It is a direct contrast to hard disk. Hard disk is recorded on a glass platter. That is the contrast you need to think of. The storage mechanism. Hard disk is not about the case around the thing storing the data. It's the glass platter that you're recording data to as a hard drive. I get it, Vibrant, but I'm just pointing out, like, yeah, you're just perpetuating the misconception. And I'm going to correct it every time. So yeah, right? Sandwich time. Make me a sandwich. What? Make it yourself. Sudo make me a sandwich. Okay. And then if you mouse over, proper user policy apparently means Simon Says. Ooh, yeah. That's actually very interesting too, because that's a very similar mechanism, right? Extremely similar to how a CD works, right? As a CD, the disc itself, right, like the hard part, is just plastic. The data is stored on the layer on top. You know how I found out? Because I tried to scrape off that layer to make it transparent at one point, and why didn't my data read anymore? So CDs operate in almost like the same capacity as a hard drive's platter. There's a medium in which like the data is stored on top of, but the medium itself is not actually the thing. Which is why things that like use toothpaste or like the CD like refreshers or whatever, they just scrape the bottom to make it smooth again, because if you scrape, like if you get a cut into the bottom, yeah, it messes up how the laser reads the CD. But if you get rid of the thing, then yeah, it's a thinner CD after time, but it's still readable because it's just the laser passing through the transparent medium on which like the data is actually stored on top of. So, like, really cool stuff, actually. Glass, RAM, and wires. I don't remember that. I do remember, like, the idea of wire RAM, but that's, like, super old. Yeah, wire RAM is from the era in which when they were debugging, it literally meant they would remove moths and other bugs from like the memory platters. Debugging actually does stem from the idea of bugs getting into the machine. Like literal bugs. Honestly, like, Lightspeed, I got the whiskey in me. You didn't do shit. I was derailing myself before you even got here. Yeah, procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Oh, I really hate that Twitch messes up those links, but I could copy it right. The world's first literal bug. Yep. Fucking moths. I know, right? You're gonna break our code, we're gonna keep you forever trapped in this, like, tape. Yeah. Immortalized as the worst bug. My mic is a bit muffled on YouTube. Wait, really? Especially when I speak louder. Like when I'm yelling at you like this, it's actually getting muffled? Huh. I don't know what I could do to fix that. Do I... Like, is my mic too loud? Should I be dialing it back a bit? I do have a compressor kicking in. Oh, it sounds bad on YouTube. Oh. So if I dial back the gain filter, are we good? Are we set? Are we good? Did that fix it? I would say, Apu, if you're willing to keep the lurk on YouTube, I'd prefer it until I hit that 4,000 watch hours. Better? All right. So we're better off. Okay. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. Is it still peaking? Or are we good now? Oh, it's not better? Is it still just as bad as it ever was? Same as it ever was? Still peaking. Really? So turn off the gain filter. I feel like my compressor is actually just fucking up. I'm gonna turn off the compressor and see what we think. Like, is that better? Was it actually peaking, or was it that the compressor is doing some gnarly shit? Way better? All right, so the compressor built into split cam sucks. Okay, good to know. What if I yell at you, kind of like this? Is it still, like, really bad? Like, I see it getting into the red, but it doesn't seem to be peaking specifically. So, yeah, if I just keep my volume better, is it okay? Oh, was that way too loud? Do I need to dial it back more? All right, so if I do that, you're deaf now. Did I just yell in your ears massively? Did it help? Are we better off? This is all YouTube stuff. Right? Twitch should be good right now. A good compressor should actually be unnoticeable. It's fine now for you. What if I yell kind of like this? Because, I do from time to time, and I'm trying to make sure I got the volume right. Are we good there if I do like the yell? Okay, so I had it cranked up too much. That's my bad. How is it in relation to the music? Are you guys even getting music over on YouTube? It took a second. It should be playing now, but it's like ramping up, so give it a sec. How's my voice in comparison to this music right now? Are we good? Is the music too loud? Yeah, sorry Twitch. I want to make sure I line this up for YouTube properly. Right, music might be pumping, but is it bumping? I would say that's the important bit. Bumping is too much. Pumping is fine, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Come on, YouTube. How's my voice compared to the music? Are we good? Or should I do some work to fix it? Otherwise, deal with it. There is no ducking on YouTube right now. So I dialed it back just slightly. Thank you. Appreciate the critique. I think we're good. I think we're set. I think we're good. All right, back to hacking out some code. When you say, oh, it's this guy, you mean Too Much Whiskey Chris? Very different from normal Chris, for sure. Oh, the Get Kraken guy. Where? I'm kidding. How you doing there, bad cop? What are you up to? I will say, like, I'm probably ready... Not next week, but the week or two after. Do you want to do a C++ SDK or a Bash SDK? The OCaml SDK is basically done. I don't know if Dylan Mulroy realizes that, like, yeah, he said he can't join us until, like, later in the month. I think we're actually done. I think we finished the OCaml stuff. So yeah, I think we're ready for another guest. He didn't think I'd be able to finish the OCaml stuff on my own. I think I pretty much totally did. Yeah, so like, is May a little bit better? Yeah, May is actually when I was expecting that it would line up for me as well a little bit more. So yeah, if you want to do, would Tuesday nights in May work for you? And again, like, fuzzy, like, whatever, but I would love to learn some C++. I really, really, really do think Lane would be okay with it. You can shout out your company. It's like marketing at that point. At the start of every stream when we bring you on, like, and now we got Bad Cop from boot.dev. Right? We can do that. I'd be fine with it. Yeah, if there's anything you want to promote at or during stream, like, dude, I don't give a shit. I show my stuff all the time here on stream. No one's actually been upset by it. As far as I know. Okay, so let's do a tentative Tuesday nights starting in May. And we can look at, like, I don't even know what the first Tuesday in May actually is. But we can figure that out. Oh. Spicy. We're doing Woodford Reserve because I have like a head-sized jug worth of it. That's getting a little low, but I got to back up. Don't worry about it. I believe head-sized jug is a technical term. I do actually want to keep hacking on some of this code, but we're taking our sweet-ass time. Whose head are they basing that unit on? Well, that's why it's subjective, and we can, like, totally pick and choose the head. Here's the thing, though, real quick. Give me just a second. I want to go get some pork thawing for some chow mein tonight because I'll be traveling next week and the Chinese food in Scottsdale, Arizona isn't that great. Go figure, right? I've had, like, I went to a Benihana. It was all right, but it's an Arizona Benihana, so it's a little meh. No, Tobs? No, I am making a Neovim plugin, which I actually made 3 years ago. But I'm using VS Code to edit it. So yeah, deal with it. But if you didn't realize I've made a Neovim plugin, yeah, like, you're 3 years late. Like, totally 3 years late. And yeah, I use vanilla Neovim, basically. My entire dot file basically only has my extension in it. Deal with it. Now, there is a bug report about using it with LazyGit or LazyVim. So I might try and figure out how LazyVim does some stuff. So we might install that. It's called Neovim Biscuits. If you see here in my VS Code, right, this part here where it's utils.merge arrays function AB, that is the biscuit. That biscuit is actually just a reference to the thing that started this block. And as we get to, like, larger code bases or larger functions, you might see how, right, this end of this if might be more relevant, or this end of that if might be more relevant. As you get more ifs, if you didn't have those biscuits, you'd have to be really, like, way more conscious of what's going on. Now, granted, VS Code has the sticky header thing. I know Neovim has like the sticky header thing too. But sometimes it's just not what you're looking for. And you might need a biscuit. You might just need yourself a biscuit. These types of biscuits are basically a digestif, which makes digesting things just a little bit easier, right? Especially if you're inside of some div soup. There we go. The pun is completed. But real quick, let me go thaw some pork for dinner and maybe use the restroom. And I'll be like right back, so quick. Okay, I'm back. In some very specific cases, a biscuit might be a quicker reference. Yeah, for sure. And there's a bunch of features you can do. You can turn it on and off, like, you know, using a command. I think, hold on, I'm gonna mess this up. Nope. Hold on, no, it would be over here. Nope, and we got a bug. Word count is broken. Shit. That is the repo. Yeah, Code Biscuits. That's my thing. Maybe I could make a WoW add-on. I could, but I wouldn't. Honestly, the only reason I played WoW at all, in any recent capacity, is because I had friends playing it. I actually massively dislike the game, if I'm being totally honest with you. Only reason I would play it is if I could play it with friends. And it just so happened that, yeah, I tried leveling a character. I got to level 19 in like the Season of Discovery, but it was all done solo. No one joined me for any of that shit. So I burnt out on it real quick. No one was willing to help me power level. No one actually did anything to help me out with it. So yeah, fuck that shit. I'm good on it. No thank you. It's a game that prioritizes the grind over actual fun. In my opinion. I could be wrong. It's a game that actually misunderstands the value of its own game. The value in the game is not the grind. The value in the game is actually playing with your friends. Get people to the final part quicker. The grind of leveling is not the fun part. Nobody enjoys that part. No, so what I'm getting at, like, even Master Therian, I'm not trying to say, like, I want gear for free, but dude, just put me to the level where I can just play with my friends. Even though I have shit gear, I'm still at level 25 and I can actually go do the thing. Right? The grind is the least fun part of that game. And it's actually the majority of that game. The grind is the least fun part, and it ends up being the majority of the thing you do. The grind fucking sucks. I'm going to say that right now. Compare World of Warcraft to something like Ultima Online. There's a bit of a grind in leveling up in Ultima Online, but you can level up your sword fighting skill and your shield skill and your healing while fighting anything, regardless of your level. If you want to go fight a tough fight with your friends, you can do that. You can join in. You don't have to be a minimum level or any bullshit. You might die a lot, but then your friend can like level up their skill by reviving you. In my opinion, World of Warcraft was a massive step back from actually like the funness of an Ultima Online. It prioritized the grind, and they made a lot of money off of making people spend a lot of time doing a thing rather than just being able to jump in and do something fun. Again, Space Case, let me just point out... Oh, you're talking about, like, ESO. Sorry, yeah, I never played much ESO. In World of Warcraft, none of my friends wanted to play with me unless I was joining into the dungeons that they were already playing. There you go, Cinder. Like, I get that, right? Like, the grind is the least fun part to me. I like leveling up a skill. I don't like having that skill be capped by the level that I have as a character. Because a character level is bullshit. Fundamentally bullshit. Skill level, based upon how you use that skill and how often you do it and the characters you're using it against, like, holy shit, that is the fundamentally best leveling mechanic ever. Ultima Online does it. I know there's a couple other games that do it. WoW fucks that one up. Because they actually incentivize you spending more time. Yeah, like, World of Warcraft recognized that they needed to make their money off making people spend as much time as possible in the game. Because they're billing you on a monthly billing cycle. Right? So they understood the economics of billing their customer base. More so than Ultima did. But Ultima recognized that their customer base played the game because it was fun. Not because of how long it took to get to endgame or whatever. Endgame is only endgame to a degree because you still need to get like items and other shit to get you to endgame. Like, I don't know. Ultima Online is fundamentally the best MMO ever made. It's a glorified slot machine. Yeah, I agree with that too. Even just like the loot drops. Glorified slot machine. If you want to play Ultima Online for free, what is it? UO Origins? No, hold on. There's a name. Hold on, no, I'm forgetting the name. There's a list. There's actually a bunch of them too. There's one that I have typically gone back to many times because they're that good. Excelsior. This one right here, UOEX. They do custom content. The community is extremely cool. If you're getting started, just shout out, hey, I'm brand new. I'm coming from WoW. I want to have some fun, right? And you can chat with the rest of the community and people will be like, yeah, join us. Like, we'll give you some gear. We'll help set you up. Because really, like, the grind of getting to the point where the game is fun isn't that fun, you know? Like, none of that stuff's that fun in any game. But I would also encourage, try and play it without doing that first. Try and play it like solo and do like the leveling and grinding part. And then when you're tired of that, just reach out and people will help you out. And then you can go like, yeah, join a guild and do all sorts of shit. It gets really good all of a sudden. But I would say the fact that you can level up swordsmanship by just fighting shit with a sword. You can get it to max swordsmanship level by just fighting shit with a sword. That's it. There's no levels involved. It's skill-based. That is fundamentally just so much better than a level-based system. In my opinion. WoW used to actually have a proper, like, skill-based system, not leveling. But I think they realized how much more money they could make. Oh, Space Case. Oh, yeah. Hold on. So, the death of Lord British is actually a really interesting story. It's a really interesting story. My favorite story is actually, Ultima Online Virtual Ecology. This is one of the best videos about game making you could ever watch, probably. And it's super short. Yeah. Killing Lord British was a totally separate thing. In the video I just posted, they go on to talk about how they had a virtual ecology where herbivores would eat the plants, carnivores would eat the herbivores, and like there was like an ecosystem involved. And if you killed all the herbivores, the plants would overgrow, right? If you killed all the carnivores, the herbivores would be way more populated. And it turns out that they didn't understand how people would actually play the game. The way people actually played the game is you'll level up your sword fighting skill no matter what you're killing. If you're killing a sheep versus a zombie versus a troll versus like the harder shit like a dragon, your sword fighting skill will increase simply based on use. Right? Because, yeah, you're sword fighting. You get better by just sword fighting shit. So it turned out that players would murder everything. Players murdered everything. So the entire ecology, right? Plants were overgrown because players murdered every sheep, every cow, every single rabbit, every single thing they saw. I know because I was one of those players. But I only got into the game after the virtual ecology was dead. Right? They killed that feature. They realized it wasn't worthwhile. Because if you're going to get skill from killing anything, well, you're going to fight everything. So yeah, I remember that. It's awesome. I didn't even get to see the virtual ecology. Instead, they just had random spawns. Starvation, etc. is a thing that they could have done, but it's a little too hardcore for their customer base. Technically, the original like launch version of Ultima Online, you could steal from other players. You know how I know? My first character and my main character was a thief. You could actually partner with other thieves. You could be sitting there at the bank selling blank, blah, 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 and you're spamming it. People would then go right next to you and do their, like, bank command, bring stuff into their, like, inventory as they're like hanging out, and you're sitting there trying to sell something, and you look like a legitimate vendor, but then you start snooping their backpack, and if your snooping skill is maxed out, they don't know you're snooping their backpack, and you could steal something from them. And if they caught you, well then, yeah, they would yell guards, and the guards would come and insta-kill you. And then your friend would loot your body quicker than the person that had their stuff stolen. So if you don't have anything on you that isn't blessed that you're not going to get back, you're good to go. And there were so many like things you could do to like launch a character with a bunch of items that looked legitimate, but they were actually just blessed, like, you know, first spawn items. Right? You pick blacksmithy to get an apron. You pick some other things. When you die, you get a robe that is blessed. Like, there are so many things you could do that was like magical. And yeah, I was a thief, and I worked with other thieves, and it was great. It was so fantastic. But at some point, as the game grew, as popular as it was, people didn't want to be stolen from. So then they eventually created, and this is really like the downfall of Ultima, in my opinion. It's when like they started listening to people that didn't actually care about the health of the game, right? People that just didn't want to be stolen from were the loudest voices in the room, but they weren't the people that were actually sustaining the game. So basically there was Trammel and Fallujah, right? There was like the blue world and the gray world. In the gray world, you could steal and murder and do all sorts of stuff. In the blue world, you couldn't PK people, right? Like all sorts of stuff. But that's actually what ruined the entire magic of it. It ruined the entire magic of the game, and that's why Ultima Online died in favor of WoW. And then WoW ended up doing the same thing after they had killed Ultima, right? Extend, embrace, extinguish. Very similar mentality, isn't it? So yeah, Ultima Online actually fucked up by listening to the loudest voices in the room. If they had kept their niche, they would have fucking killed it. They would have, like, they'd still be a game at this point. Graphics would improve, other things would improve, but man, by trying to cater to the lowest common denominator, they ruined the magic of what made the game the game, you know? It's actually like a case study, in my opinion. However, if you go watch that video I just linked, there's another thing where Ultima Online was so early and so awesome that there's a term you probably use on a somewhat regular basis that you're not even aware of, like, where it came from. Who here has ever needed to scale a database? The term for scaling that database is you might be sharding that database. S-H-A-R-D. That term, that word, shard, actually comes from Ultima Online. Specifically. In Ultima, before Ultima Online, there was a wizard named Mondane. He had the life crystal, or the universe crystal, or whatever they fucking called it. I forget the name. They retconned some of that stuff. And for Ultima Online, it turns out that when you beat the previous Ultima game, Mondane dropped the crystal, and it shattered into 1,000 different shards of a crystal. And those shards became the different servers you would connect to, because they realized they would have scalability problems. So database sharding is actually deliberately taken from Ultima Online and how they decided to scale this massively multiplayer online thing that never existed before they did it. And it's a term that still exists today. It's really fucking cool. That's how influential and groundbreaking Ultima Online was back in the day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just blows my mind every time I rewatch that video. Much more wholesome. Exactly. For sure. Yeah, no worries, Fane. I'm just happy to pass that along. You'll get a better version of that story from the video I just linked, right? And the best part is, like, the database sharding part is like a minute and a half in this, like, 10+ minute video. Because they didn't even realize how, like, cool and awesome that is that they coined that term. So, Therion, I want to point this out real quick. Old school RuneScape took every single thing they do from Ultima Online. They were, like, technically, I don't think WoW was the Ultima killer. I think RuneScape was actually the Ultima killer. Because they took every mechanic that Ultima created and made it free online. I think RuneScape is actually the Ultima killer. So yeah, again, uoex.net, Excelsior server. If you're trying to get into Ultima Online, the people on that server are amazing. They're the best. They're just so cool. Super cool. I don't think they have, like, the stealing mechanics like the older time I'm thinking of. But it's still, like, man, it's a good community. All right, so yeah, real quick, just queuing up. Double checking the tweeter. Oh shit, the y'all all going. Yeah, I'm a big fan of my y'all all going to, right? All y'all need to figure this out. Right? All y'all need to recognize that I have totally lived in the South. Right? All y'all. It's like super redundant, but it's actually like totally proper Southern grammar. Y'all all is also totally proper Southern grammar. Anyway, let's actually get back into some code. We'll see. It's a Friday night. Oh, sick. So yeah, I'm planning on playing some League tonight, and I was gonna reach out to someone about it, and they already reached out saying they'd like to play some League tonight. So yeah, I'd like to play some League tonight. We'll figure it out. We got time. Let's continue doing a little bit of code. Dude, I'm pumped on, like, all my coworkers on my team at work as well. They're shouting me out in ways that, you know, I think they, like, the people on my direct team like working with me enough that they want to keep it going. Because I think outside of our team, it might seem like I'm not doing enough work. But damn it, I'm putting in the work-ish. Like, I mean, I can see both sides. I totally get it. I stream 5 days a week, you know? During business hours. I was up till 2 last night doing video editing. That counts, right? But yeah, like, no one sees that time. So I'm stoked that, like, I have coworkers that are helping hype me up. I really appreciate it. They're great. Like, they're all super awesome. One of my coworkers actually does, like, gaming stuff on their YouTube channel. Like, they play GTA 5 or 6 or whatever the number is. 5. Yeah, GTA 5. They do, like, the cop thing. They even wear an outfit and shit. I haven't checked out their stream yet, but I probably should. Because that sounds like some fun content, doesn't it? Shit, I'd love to join them. I'll play a dirtbag. They can arrest me. Fuck it. Let's not dig into why, but I bet I can play a dirtbag real well. Dude, I got voices I could do and everything. That'd be great. So yeah, like collab stream with a coworker here soon. All right. Anyway, let's keep trying to hack at this. We've got a bug, and we tried to use a function for word count. We tried word count on its own. We tried vim.wordCount. I'm going to try vim.api.wordCount. Because why not? Let's try and like mess with a file, and let's try and then do like the /c. Shit. All right, so word count just doesn't work, man. All right, so Neovim Pros. Vim.function.word count. Ooh, so built-ins are actually scoped to vim.function. Okay. Okay. Heyo! All right, so we had some people in here earlier that were like, nah, man, you don't need like the Vim dot for it. Like, it's a built-in. Just do the built-in. Technically, no. I get it. Thank you for trying to help. I really appreciate it. But it turns out it's not Vim.api, it's Vim.function. Because it's a built-in Vim function. So if we were wanting to use Vim's absolute function, right, for like number stuff, it would actually be vim.fn.abs. Oh, I mean, no, like Travis, I'm using VS Code to write my plugin. Duh. I'm like the opposite of T-Pope. T-Pope maintains VS Code extensions and plugins using Neovim. Well, I do the opposite. I make a Neovim plugin that I maintain with VS Code. Fuck it, no big deal. Yin and yang, right? We balance each other out. It's science. Yeah, Travis, did you not know? Like, Neovim Biscuits is like 3 years old at this point. I'm not new to this shit. Like, dude, I'm only new in the fact that, like, I haven't touched it for a couple years and I seen it. But seriously, man, like, yeah. I like building stuff. I like maintaining things. I like making stuff that people might use. And it turns out that people might use Neovim Biscuits. Less so than the VS Code version, but holy shit, like, if it's useful, I'm stoked people are using it, you know? If we go look at HTML Biscuits, hold on, I want to know. How far are we? 9806. Any VS Code users? If you want to install it, no big deal, but I'd love to get that number to 10K. For selfish reasons, obviously. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Oh. That beverage is a spicy meatball. Like, that's a spicy meatball. I should, like, overly water down the next one. No, it's fine. So, like, look at what we're doing with HTML Biscuits here. Sure, right? If you've ever been in div soup, where you don't know which ending div is the div you care about, it will massively help you. Like, really good for VS Code, like, you know, front-end dev type situations. That said, yeah, well, if I look at a file like this and I'm doing some Lua, well, I might decide that I want biscuits for Lua as well, because maybe we get into, like, end bracket hell, right? Like, if I scroll down to here, how do I know which end I want to put something between? And that's where the biscuits chime in, you know? Where do I want to add a console log or some other thing or some new logic or whatever. As you scroll down a file with too many like ending brackets or ending parentheses or ending end statements or whatever, you might gain a little bit of understanding which one of those they are. So when you say in Vim, it's nice, I don't know what you mean. Oh, and we got some major bugs with how we do it here in, like, Neovim. So we have a Neovim version that definitely has a bug that we gotta fix. Ugh. Damn it, why did you have to uncover a new bug for me, man? If I go to a bracket, and I press, hold on, Shift 5. It did nothing for me. Oh, no, it did, but it didn't really update. Oh. So Shift 5, and then it went to the starting bracket. Okay. But at that point, hold on, what is the thing to get me back to that ending one? Right, so if I do Shift 5, what do I have to do to jump back? Oh, okay. Really, is it just Shift 5? Okay, okay, I can do up and down, but left and right didn't work? Okay. That's not bad. I like that. No, and I get that they could do it with parens or brackets or whatever, or like an end statement. Like they're using LSPs to do that, right? So that's fine to me. I get it. I get it. I feel like it wasn't immediately obvious that I had switched anything at that point, right? Oh, Lightspeed. Yeah, you're crying in Python? I mean... the hasher is actually pretty basic. Yeah, hold on. Oh, hold on. Wait. Nah, we don't see it here in Python. All right, so hold on. All right, so language config. Oh, messed it up. Hold on, I messed something up. Language config goes into that. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, so I feel like I've had the Python work before, but we're not getting it right now, and I don't know what to do to make it work. So yeah, that's a bug. But I just want to say, like, in Python, using tree sitter, we can identify when a block actually ends. Hey, there it is, actually. No, so we identify the blocks now. The color of it could be better. Sure. And yeah, it's not accurate all the time. But if we look at it, we see, bam, right here. This is the end of the get flags block, right? When we go to something later, let's go to the bottom of the file. We can see that, yeah, where this return feature, this is the end of get feature, right? Kind of cool. Is it great? No, it could be better. I should probably change up the color. But we can annotate Python using tree sitter. Heyo, and now we get the snake, right? Like, hey, now you got something. I think we can actually change the color too, but I forgot what that is. But right, like, we can annotate any of this shit, man. That's the power of tree sitter, technically. Right? Is every block relevant? No, and that's where we might need Python-specific parsing to do stuff, which we have support for, right? Right? So, I don't know. Just saying, like, you can cry in Python all you want, but you could also help make it better. If you use Neovim Biscuits in your Python code, let me know how we can improve it. It's open source. So it's only as bad as you're willing to let it be. I don't make any money off it, so, like, come on. you have just as much interest in improving it as I do. All right. Anyway, we chilling, we hanging out, we're doing our thing. How's everyone's weekend going? Your weekend started already. I hope you know that. The snake was an excellent touch. Phrasing is still a thing. But yeah, I'm just pointing out that we got features to work on. And technically tomorrow, I think I want to continue working on this feature. But I think we're at a late enough time today where I want to cook my meal. I want to make some amazing chow mein. It'll be really good. Like, amazing chow mein. You're, no worries there, Lightspeed. I feel like that was a joke you would make against me at some point. So yeah, like, you know, tit for tat, tomato, tomato. A little give and take there. You know that's a joke you would have made against me. So yeah, now we're even. Ish. We're not totally even, but close enough. But yeah, so yeah, I think we have a feature we want to work on for Neovim Biscuits. If we look at the things we've done, the code we've written, we need to actually start doing maybe a proper word count. So we don't have a minimum file size set, but we are now calling out to vim.function.wordCount, which is good. From there, we need to start testing a max file size and find a good file that goes way beyond that. I don't know how we do that. I'm not sure. But this feature needs to be done because I like it. I think it's a great feature. And tomorrow we establish better testing for it, maybe. Unit tests? What kind of stream do you think this is? No, not unit tests. But we will test against a thing. A unit test would be a good idea. But nah, I'm good. We got the word count thing working. We need to actually start testing this and get like a good set of cases for it, etc. Launch the feature, increment the version, update our README, bim bam boom. And then we have other stuff we need to do too, because yeah, we got issues on our whole code base, man. It's like we didn't write a perfect set of code from the get-go. I know, skill issue. Whatever will I do? But yeah, disable on big files. Allow that to be done. Lazy loading is really another big thing we might look into, right? Lua seems broken. Like any of the ones I made, we can chill on it. This one we have never been able to reproduce, and I'm tempted to like kill it because of that, but you know, their critique is not wrong. Not removing biscuits when deleting a line. I believe we saw something similar to that earlier today. Fails when opening Vim help files. Yeah, we should definitely look into that one. So yeah, like, these 4 issues are important, and we will dig into more of them tomorrow. We are maybe 70 to 80% done with disable on big files, but when I say 80%, yeah, it means the last 20% is going to be the other 80%. Because we have to write a function that parses the type of string a user might pass to us, which might be 100 KB. How do we parse that? 100 KIB. How do we parse that? My goal is to actually take logic from some existing JavaScript repo that totally does that already, and then port it to Lua, either by hand or using a tool like TS to Lua. It exists, it's a thing, because the syntax is really similar. So that said, who are we gonna go raid? Who's going right now? We'll go raid Dylan Mulroy, but we're gonna slightly roast him for the fact that he said he won't be able to do stuff after hours for the month of April, but he's doing stuff after hours for the month of April. So yeah, slight roast. But at the end of the day, I get it. He just doesn't want to put any more time into our thing because he has things he wants to work on instead. I get that. That makes sense to me. That actually makes a bunch of sense to me. But we're still going to slightly roast him for it. Duh. You should definitely go home and get some work. Come on, standard error. I'll be over on gaming a little bit later tonight. We're definitely gonna go raid into DM Mulroy and just roast him slightly. Only slightly. Here's the biggest part, though. We don't need him for the OCaml part anymore. If he doesn't want to do it anymore, he could have just said that. Technically. I can write the OCaml part. I can write any of the OCaml stuff we need after this. It's fine. We don't actually need him. I thought he was doing it because he enjoyed it. So yeah, let's go raid. Let's do our thing. YouTube, I'm going to end stream here real quick. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out.